Good morning, traders. Today is Monday, March 8th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, let's get started. So, we still have this poor low that we left behind from 2 days ago. Well, first, let's just take a second to step back. Charles, relax. Don't get too technical right away. Let's talk bigger picture. What's been happening? The market pushed its way to all-time highs. It's had a bunch of crazy balancing where it's just jumped up and down and up and down. We had this major failure last week where we pushed down to some really deep low levels. We created a poor low, which is a weak reference that likely needs to be revisited. And then the next day we had this crazy volatile day where we ended up pushing much, much higher. Okay. And so then the overnight traders last night, they pulled the market back down, tested this balance area low, and then pushed their way back up. So just that price action, looking at nothing else, what does that tell me? That tells me that this may have been the bottom, right? That this may have been the pivot point and that the market is ready to move higher. We also had the stimulus pass. And so, that new adage that everyone uses all the time, don't fight the Fed, is in play at this point. Right? America's about to get a bunch of money. I guess technically it's not the Fed, but you know what I mean. The printing of money. Americans are about to get a bunch of money. The last time they did, those of them that put it in the market made a humongous return. It's not unreasonable to think that human beings will do what works until it doesn't. So they will probably try that again. So that to me is bullish. Now, we have this poor low. And I wanted to take a second to talk about it here early in the morning. If you follow the channel normally and you're aware of market profile, you know that these poor lows are extremely potent, and the market almost always comes back and revisits them. It can push away sometimes for days, even weeks. The market can push away from a poor low, or a poor high, but then it comes back and revisits it. However, that only happens 90% of the time. There is still 10% of the time where a poor low can be created and never be revisited. Now, I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen with this one, but I'm just saying all the catalysts are in place for it to be. So I'm just going to, on my chart, I'm going to switch this from being red to gray because I don't want to carry it forward as a data point that gives me a bearish signal. Now, if we pull back down into what I consider bearish territory, right, which is getting below the balance area low here, then we're talking. Then the poor low comes back into play. But here's what I think is going to happen today if my bullish sentiment is correct. Okay, I think we're going to push higher. And I don't think we're going to get below the single prints here at 38222 or 3822. I think the base of these single or 3821 actually 2150. I think the base of these single prints will be support today for a push higher. The way I'll know I'm wrong if the market pushes right through this level and it doesn't find any support whatsoever here, then I'm obviously wrong. Also, if the market gets below this balance area low and spends any time under here, that would also mean I'm wrong and that I need to change my narrative to a more bearish continuation to the downside to repair this poor low. But as long as we remain, as long as we find support somewhere in between these two levels, I feel very, very confident for a push higher. Okay, so that's good. So I'm bullish, so I'm confident for a push higher. Who cares, right? Well, then you got to consider uno momento. You got to start to consider all the weak references that we left behind up here. Look at all these. First off, the high, the all-time high was made in the overnight market. Statistically, that always gets repaired by the regular trading hours market. I guess you can't say always, but pretty much almost. Actually, yes, always on the high. Every single time it's been repaired by the regular trading hours. So that's something to keep in mind. And then you've got all these weak, I've never seen this many lines all stacked up on each other. So remember, the more and more weak references that you get, the more likely that you repair the first of those references. So all of these increase the odds we repair this one. All of these increase the odds we repair these ones, and so on and so forth. So there's a giant magnet that wants to pull price towards all-time highs. So if we can find support today somewhere in this area, then we've got rocket fuel to push higher very quickly. And if you like making money, that's good news. Pug Pack pointing out the single prints. Yes, sir. I could get in there to look super specific. I only worry about the base of single prints, just as like a little technical note. I don't really care about the rest of this range. It's really the base that matters to me, right? Because that's where the final support is. But you're absolutely right. The market could pull down and find support anywhere in here, but it could also find support at the overnight halfback, which is also the POC. So there's lots of places before we get to the single prints that we could find support. What else did I forget to mention? Oh, yes, we opened inside of yesterday's range, increasing the odds that we just have chop early this morning. The high here in the A period is weak because it is exactly to the tick, the same as the high from yesterday or from Friday. So that increases the odds that that level will be taken out at some point today. So I'm really just looking for this market to find some support. You got this node of volume. Like I said, you got the overnight POC and then the single prints. Let's see what happens. As always, guys, please feel free to hit that like button if you want to show me a little love, little early Monday morning loving. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning, Fausto. How are you, brother? Good morning, Phoenix. Good morning, News Blip. Good to see you guys as always. Welcome. So we found support just below the POC from last night, which makes sense, but not great taper. This 16 contracts at the low, I don't trust. So we may need to come back down and revisit that. But we don't have to. It's good taper otherwise. Just making a note of it. But otherwise, it seems like we found support, and we are pushing higher. Market internals are bullish. So if we can get above Friday's high, which we're obviously going to do right now, and then find support somewhere in here on a pullback, that will be a very good long. If you're not already long. Boom. Tested the VWAP too. Could be the support we were looking for. Still not amazing volume in general for this morning. So let's wait and see what this market has to offer. Taking out the overnight high would be very bullish as well for continuation higher. Remember, once you enter a previous, it's right here, the balance area. Once you enter a previous balance area, you often trade right to the opposite end of balance. Or not necessarily right to, but to the opposite end of balance. So we've got a long way to go to the upside to get to the opposite end of this balance area. Thus far, they seem to be buying every dip, but this 200, 300 contracts right here just above the high from yesterday, that needs to be retested. Yeah, that is a nuance to notice that it failed to take out the overnight high, but we're also just in the first 20 minutes of the day, so that doesn't really mean anything to me. What's more important is, do we find support around the high of Friday, which it currently feels like we are. So that to me is a more important thing to pay attention to than whether we immediately took out the overnight high. But but that is a good thing to make note of. Thank you for mentioning. You guys know me. I hate trading when I start to see candles like this. This is indecision. Going back to neutral here, just because I don't know if you guys were paying attention, like a minute ago when we got above Friday's high, there was like a big flutter of volatility that happened up in here where the market just jumped up and down like a few times. And I, of course, said to myself, oh, look, bigger players, deeper pockets are stepping in here at the market. That's good. Um, but then we immediately fell below the halfback. So that's kind of a, uh-oh, didn't expect that, which means that that flutter could have been people going short, not long. So I'm back to neutral. I'd be again looking for support right here at the POC from last night. And if that fails, the base of the spike. But we are still bullish on the day unless we get below this balance area low at 38.04. Fausto, are you trading from a phone today, brother? Yeah. The B period's inside the A period today. 3820 is what you like. Yeah, I mean, that's the base of the single prints. If we get down there, that's a good entry for a long, but I would wait until it finds support. So you might not get your entry at 3820. You might wait, find the support around here, then step in as it goes above. But yeah, that's a level to watch. And then the next one is this balance area low at around 3805. Yeah, you got it. You can tell that it's inside because you got the single prints above and below. Good morning, Ryan. Good to see you. Welcome. Phoenix, killing the game, bro. Good job. Do I think it's going long? Geez, look at that. I guess you mean, do I think it's bullish and the market's going to go up? I do, but we got to get above yesterday's high. So it's too early to make the call now. The fact that we pushed above yesterday's high didn't take out the overnight high, and now we're trading inside of yesterday's range, technically makes this moment we're in right now a look above and fail. So I need to see us get back above yesterday's high before I can go bullish officially once again, in case this is a look above and fail. I mean, I don't really, in terms of your responsive selling at the top question, I don't really think like that with markets. I think structurally what's going on. And so to me, structurally, everything is great. You know, we're not officially one time framing higher yet, but when we get above our high here, which we will do because there's only 38 contracts at the high, we'll be one time framing higher. We'll have found support at the POC from overnight, which is an excellent place to find support. We'll have retested the high from yesterday. So I just don't quite look at it that way. But to me, this is just a slow, orderly march higher. The market had its chance to pull back, and now it's like, let's try going long. Let's try to see how high we can go. Keeping that in mind, as I mentioned, once we get above the overnight high, there's a lot of weak references up here that need to be revisited. And you can see there's a lot of volatility to get there. So, doesn't have to happen all at once, doesn't have to happen today. But I'm just saying, if the market is giving us bullish market-generated information here, signal after signal after signal, which it is, and we know we've got this giant magnet above us sucking price towards it, I feel pretty confident being bullish. Okay, got a poor high here in the B period. Oh, took it out. That's still poor. Need one more tick. There we go. Good high. And we are officially one time framing higher. So at this point, to break the trend, we'd have to print a C period and then have it go all the way down below the B period low. That's interesting on the volume for the overnight markets. I've never paid attention to how much volume flows when. But just keep in mind that there's different regions too, right? So like I've got this other chart where it's all split up by region. So the overnight market starts in the Asian markets. And this is very common to see. The Asian markets, they have very little volatility generally. But I've never paid attention to volume. But generally, it's like you see over and over again, the Asian markets have a little tiny bit of volatility, and then the European markets will do the real price exploration. That's what almost always happens. All right, we're above the overnight high, which is bullish. Yeah, you know how like when I say region, it's like the sun moves across the planet. This sounds like I'm being an asshole. I'm being just genuine here. Like the sun moves across the planet slowly. So it's like first the Asian market wakes up and they start looking at what happened last night for them, which is like daytime for us. And then they start taking trades and taking positions, and then Australia, and then, Europe, and so on and so forth. So it's like the flow of ideas and the flow of capital happens in these different time frames. But again, I don't really pay attention to any of that. I only worry about what happens during the American regular trading hours because that's when I trade. Yeah, I saw somebody in the shadow trader chat room talking about that. Tasty Trade having issues. John, are you asking if you're fucked because you went long at the high? No, brother. Take it easy. Let the market, give the market time, okay? We're trending higher, but we don't go in a straight line. So if we're going to push higher, we'll come back, we'll build some support, we'll add some more volume, and then we'll just keep going. I mean, it depends how you trade, what your personal strategy is. But if you're able to give the trade some leg room, I wouldn't exit it unless we got back into yesterday's range. I don't normally like to talk about my trades, but just to give you guys some perspective, like when the market first pushed above yesterday's range, and then I saw that there was only like a couple hundred contracts right here, I put in a limit order to buy there, and then I just sat through this whole, to go long, and then I just sat through this whole pullback because I wasn't going to change my story until we got underneath overnight halfback. So you just have to decide how much risk reward you're willing to put up with in terms of a pullback. But I definitely think the market wants to go higher today. And knowing that the market wants to go higher and we've got all this above, I don't think it's unreasonable that we could be targeting, anything above 3885, is well easily within range today. That narrative will change if we fall below this halfback / the high of yesterday or Friday. Clutch, I don't know what that means, but do it, bro. If you can tell me how I use Streamlabs, if you can tell me how to, or send me like a link to a YouTube video to show me how to connect it to a Streamlabs, I'll use your opener. Let's do it. Yeah, I don't normally like to, particularly scalps, I don't normally like to take any trades first thing in the morning when we open inside of yesterday's range, right? So if we open inside of somewhere that we were yesterday, or Friday for today, which you can see we opened just a few ticks inside of yesterday's range. So I don't usually like to jump into trades in the first 10 minutes on a day like that. I like to let the market churn a little bit. Dope. Well, tell her I'm happy she's a Schitt's Creek fan. Phoenix. Fausto, we've talked about this, man. You shouldn't be trading the way I trade. Trade the way that works for you. Only 5 contracts on the high. That probably needs to be retested. Fair enough, Fausto. Fair enough. Yeah, love mind over markets and markets and profile. That's another great one. Hey. Scott, I love it. Yeah, the show's really well written. I wasn't part of the actual show. I worked for the network doing promo content for the show after the fact. But yeah, that show is really well written. Yes, sir. I'm here every weekday unless I have an errand to run or something, but I'm pretty much always here. Okay, as we started to print the C period here, we created some single prints in the B. These will likely need to be backfilled a little bit before the market can move higher. Sorry, guys. I stepped away for a minute and the chat went nuts. Yeah, so I'm not sure why you just got hurt. There was all those single prints in the B period. Those needed to be backfilled first before the market could really make any continuation to the upside. We still have 3 of those single prints here in the B period. So it would be perfectly reasonable for the market to pull its way down, fill those in, and then find support somewhere around here before it works its way higher. As far as resistance goes, that's tricky. I mean, we spent so much time over the last few weeks up in this area, this balancing area that we're now in, that there's like a million different references, right? You could do the highs or lows of the day, the POCs. I mean, there's so many references in here. Actually, now this one looks pretty good. There's so many references in here that I'm really more targeting the larger move to the opposite end of balance, right? To get up into here and repair all of these. Sorry, guys, my stuff is loading very slowly. So yeah, this one right here. Oh, that's off by a tick. Which is the POC from 3-2. That is one level that could act as resistance on the upside right here. That's at 3884. But if you're a more long-term trader, and I am a day trader, but I'm saying if you're holding for the rest of the day, like I said, I think these weak references are in play. It would not be unreasonable at some point today to take these out. But we're not gonna go straight there, right? We're gonna go down and up and down and up and grind our way higher. As far as the other indicators that you look at, yeah, I mean, you know, Jim Dalton always has this thing when he does webinars, when people start asking him about the other indicators that they use, he always says, like, if you're here to learn market profile, it's probably because whatever other things you're using isn't working. You're not making money. So if they're not making you money, why are you still using them? You know what I mean? That's sort of the logic you have to place on it is, if it works, it would work for you. But if it's not, maybe it doesn't work. That being said, I believe in every indicator that exists. I've talked about that on this channel a million times. If it exists, it's because somebody recognized a pattern, somebody figured out how to make money off of it, and so it exists for a reason. But it just might not be the right one for you, if that makes sense. Yeah, don't apologize. Most of the people that are here are new. So each one of these letters that you see right here, it's called a TPO, which stands for time price opportunity. Don't ask me why they call it that. That's just what they call it. But each one is basically like a 30-minute candlestick. Each one represents a 30-minute time period. And so when you have one of these TPOs in the middle of the day like this, where there's only one letter, that's called a single print. And single prints are good signals. They're confusing signals, but they're good. The reason they're confusing is because they generally mean one of two things. They either mean that the market was built on weakness, okay, meaning it was emotional buying. A piece of news came out right here and people just couldn't help it. They had to buy the market and that pushed it higher or whatever, right? It just means it was an emotional move higher. And so when you get that sort of single prints, it almost always means you have to, I would say if that's what it is, it always means you have to go back and refill it, meaning you have to get another period throughout the day to come in and print so that these aren't alone. Okay. The other thing that can happen with single prints, sometimes single prints are the sign of a change in the market. And that's what we had with the single prints here on Friday. Right? So let's just take this profile and expand it out really quick. So basically, the market was like and this is just me, doing my best to try to explain this. So the market was doing like price exploration during this move, right? It was looking for buyers and sellers throughout this move. At this point, enough people stepped in that pushed the market higher. Okay, well now I'm going to confuse you because I'm going to get technical here. So because these single prints were late in the day, we won't actually know if they're going to hold until the end of today, until the end of the regular trading hours today. But the fact that they held until the end of Friday is bullish. And so what that means is that this level at the base right here, that's where the change took place in the market, that would become support. So that's essentially what we're looking for today. If today's market doesn't pull down to below this level, it tells us that this was a change in the market to bullish, right? From bearish to bullish. This was the moment that that change happened. So that's what single prints mean. It's confusing. They mean one or the other, but they mean something's happening. And so they're really important to pay attention to. Yeah, if you want to learn more about market profile, I recommend Jim Dalton. He's got courses at his website, jimdaltontrading.com, and he's got a couple books. Mind Over Markets is one, or I suggest Markets in Profile, which is his newer book. If you're asking about this 3884 level, I just threw that up there because somebody had asked, where do I think the next resistance is? If I had to guess, this is a nice little area, right? We got the POC from the third, we got the halfback from the first, we got the halfback and a majority of the time from that overnight session. So all these things kind of in correlation right around here. That's probably a good little spot for some temporary resistance. Yeah, did anybody else's think or swim just have a heart attack? Like my computer just had a seizure. Whatever. The software that I use for the charting is called Window Trader. It's window spelled without a W at the end. And the version I use is the Window Trader Lite. It's the cheaper of the two. Okay, first little nuance to notice in terms of maybe a change here in the market is that the NASDAQ did not find support on the 20 moving average. That's a little bearish to me, but it's only one tiny little bearish signal. Still got that last little single print we need to fill. Then we should find the support we're looking for right around this 62 level for the push higher. But if the market's going to pull back from here, this would be the first thing we'd see. Internals are still strong. No, Steve, I've never heard of that person or company. I pretty much just learned from Jim Dalton and Peter Resnicek. Not pretty much. That's literally who I learned from. Those two guys. Um, yeah, this you're saying if I was to that the NDX moving average is at a different place than the NQ. That happens. You know, they're slightly different markets. I mean, they're the same market, but you know, one's options and one's futures, so they're not going to be perfectly succinct. It's the same way with the S&P. Like the price of the S&P on the futures is at 64, but on here it's at 67. You know, it's never exactly, but they move together. Yeah, if I was to, Peter Resnicek is the one I learned this from. So yes, the futures is better, but you have to have software that lets you organize only the regular trading hours. That's why I use the SPX and the NDX, because they only trade during the regular trading hours. Um, because it is very different if you're looking at a moving average that includes that overnight trade. And this one is the one that's much more reliable. So, yes, if you can use futures where you are only showing regular trading hours, then that's the best. Yeah, SPY is totally fine. It's exactly the same. All right, well, we pulled the POC higher, which is bullish. POC is now above the halfback. This one single print remains in the B period. So once again, we'll keep that as a nuance. The market should come down and fill that. If it doesn't, it's bullish. Created a poor high here in the D period, the weak D period high. Did your order got left behind? You had your long order right there? Yeah, that drives me crazy when that happens. But it happens. It's okay. And that feeling of like the minute that you go long, the market pulls back. Don't worry, bro. That happens to everyone. That's like the most common feeling to have. Okay, well, the market is starting to feel a little bit overbought here. We do have a poor high. Oftentimes we get a push away from a poor high first. So the thing to watch now is the one time framing. If the D period works its way to get 2 ticks below the B period, so basically it fills that single print, that will increase the odds that the rest of the day will just be rotational. The market will just go up and down sideways. It won't go higher or lower. But let's wait and see. Let's just keep our eye on that one time framing. That's why I would just say I would caution you guys on going long right at the fill of this single print, because if it goes just 1 tick lower, that's the cessation of one time framing. So once the cessation of one time framing happens, you want to go long below value and short above it, or at least a POC. So I guess technically you would be below the POC, but you'd only be able to get those few ticks right there. So if it does pull back down to fill this single print, I would wait, because if you get the sensational one time framing, I mean, the market could come down and test the halfback really easily. And so then that would be a much better entry. Remember, poor highs often cause a push away first. So if we don't get the push away, that's bullish as well. We are also starting to sort of create the trend on the lows and the ticks here. I talk about this all the time. Often when you see that first big tick that breaks the trend higher, okay, so imagine you drew like a line from the lows here. As soon as you get that one random tick that pushes below, that's often the first indication the market is ready to roll over. But so far, still one time framing higher. The market is trending. Okay, so there's the break in the trend on the ticks. We're just a few dollars from getting that sensational one time framing, and we got the push away from the poor high. So we are mere moments from the market going rotational. But it looks like I'm a little early, so I'll wait. All right, that is the sensational one time framing. That increases the odds statistically that the market will now go rotational. So that means it'll just kind of bounce up and down and up and down, but not make any major moves in either direction. So my trading strategy now reverts from trending to a reversion to the mean, right? I'm going short above value, taking profits at the POC, going long below value, taking profits at the POC. Stan, good morning, brother. Good to see you. Um, I don't ever try to tell people don't take trades or do take trades because I'm wrong so often and I just don't like causing other people to miss out on winning money or losing money. The one thing I would say though is the point of control, the POC right here, which is these green letters. Um, Jim Dalton refers to that as the fairest price to do business. So if this is the fairest price to do business, you probably don't want to go long above the fairest price. Then you're overpaying. We are traders. We want to buy below the fairest price so that when the market gets back to that level, we can take profits. But of course, use your system, use your strategy if it's working for you. Stan, that's a 20. 20 people have liked it, but I agree with your sentiment here. Totally agree. Who's the dislike? I just noticed I got a dislike today. Are you out there, disliker? Please hit me in the comments and let me know what I can do better. Always trying to improve things. News flip. I love you. Solid joke. That was solid. And if that happened, I'm so sorry, everyone. Thank you, happy life. Thank you kindly. Thank you, happy life. Yeah, John. I hear you. It's a tough market. I mean, so this is like basically the cessation of one time framing. It almost always leads to a market going rotational, but it doesn't always. Right? That happened to me on Friday. We had the cessation of one time framing, and then the market just it literally had sensation for like 2 minutes, and then it took off to the upside, and it just kept going. But because those are so much statistically less likely, they happen so rarely. I'm just waiting for us to get above value, get some excess to the upside, repair this poor high, and then I'm actually looking to go short. Just because once you start rotating, statistically, you keep rotating. It's just the way markets work. It's human psychology. Um, so that's what I'm looking at now. Either a pullback where I can go long, either half back or maybe at the opening price somewhere down here, or a push above where we get some good excess, and then I can go short for a rotation back down. But right now in this area, I'm just sitting on my hands. Well, welcome, Happy Life. Welcome from Korea. That's awesome. I'm American. I'm in Seattle, Washington. Yeah, in terms of lockdowns, we're not as locked down as we used to be, but yeah, it is still pretty locked down. There's still a lot of rules and regulations about when businesses can be open and how many people can be inside at a certain time and stuff like that. But I would say we're about 70% back to normal, something like that. And we're definitely heading in that direction. Phoenix, I'm a little confused by your question. So if you're asking about cessation at one time framing, yeah, you have to get two ticks below. Um, if you're asking about excess, yeah, two ticks is considered excess, but we wouldn't be looking at that for a single time period. At least I wouldn't the way I trade. Does that make sense? So like, I don't really care about the D period low anymore. We already got the cessation of one time framing. That was the first signal I was looking for. So now getting two ticks below this means nothing to me because we could easily push our way down to the lower end of value, right? So I wouldn't go long there or short there. I would wait until we got down to here. But that's just me. Yes, you're correct. Two ticks for the cessation. But we've already had that for today in the C period. Or the D period did it to the C period, which is what you were asking. Now I understand. Sorry. Took me a second to get there. Correct. Okay, the E period low is weak because it's one tick from the D period, increasing the odds that it gets taken out. The software is called Window Trader. It's window spelled without a W. Um, and the version I use is Window Trader Lite. There's two versions, Lite and Blue. Blue just has a lot more bells and whistles. The Lite is the basic system. And the data feed I use is from bar charts, but I don't necessarily suggest it. I'm probably going to switch soon because I get glitches all the time. Great observation on the ticks. Okay, we were trending with higher lows. We broke that trend. Now we're trending with lower highs, right? Just shows the reversal, just shows the push higher is exhausted, ready for a little pullback. Um, if you're already long at 38.63, you're totally fine, man. You're just one tick above the POC. If you wait, you'll get a push up here. We'll probably repair this poor high today. You can take profits up there. But no, I don't think this is support. I think the market's going to trade down and find support somewhere down here. Probably, I mean, I don't like picking specific numbers. I prefer to have like a range, but probably somewhere around, I don't know, 38.55 to 38.48, somewhere in this area. Just looking at previous lows, right, from previous days where the market found support. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. See? Yeah, so I have the cumulative tick on here, but I don't ever look at it, man. I find this to be, I don't want to hate on Shadow Trader because I love them so much, but I don't really find this to be that technically valuable of a tool. Like it sends mixed signals so often that I just kind of ignore it. It's great for a day like this where it's like really obvious, you know, but on days like these where it's kind of all over the place, it doesn't really help. But the ticks right here, these are magic. That's a good question. Happy life. Tick is the the tick Q is Nasdaq, and tick is man, I'm having a brain fart. What's the other one? NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange. So if you don't know what those ticks are or why they matter, this is showing us in the overall, so like in the overall Nasdaq or in the overall NYSE, how much like volume is flowing towards, long or short, right? It's the balance of how much money is flowing into the underlying stocks, because those, of course, affect the larger market. Okay, there's the repair of the week E period low. We are below the POC. So now we're looking for support somewhere in here. Okay, so for support, we've got the halfback here at about 38.52. We've also got the opening price, which is the lower end of value, right here at about 38.49, and then the moving average. So when the market comes down and tags this 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles, that often becomes support as well. I love it, Nathan. It is true, right? It seems so easy, especially after the fact. You look at it, you're like, oh, yeah, no problem. I bought here, I sold here, I'm buying here. Like, it just seems like it's so easy. But then when you watch the price, you're like, what do I do? Love it. No, I wouldn't say it's in any kind of a downtrend. It's just rotating. It's just two-sided trade, right? The market pushes to a new level and then they test. They test the two-sided trade here up at this level. Are there more buyers? Are there more sellers? It goes back and forth for a little bit, and then eventually one runs out. At this point, it was the buyers. The buyers ran out. So now we need a discount. We need the market to go on sale for a little bit. We need a 25% off Black Friday deal, which will bring in new buyers. They're like, yeah, I didn't want to buy up here. It was too expensive, but I'll buy down here. So that's what the rotation is. It's just the market looking for a place where two-sided trade can take place. Definitely not a trend. It'll find support, like I said, maybe on the 20 moving average, maybe on the half back, and then it'll just boop, 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 rotate right back up. Yeah, that little number 4, that just shows you how many letters are going across, how many TPOs in the POC. I don't really ever look at that. That's just one of those things that's sitting there that I ignore. The idea is just that the more prominent a POC, so the more letters there are, the more likely it is that the market will return to that level. So like 10 in the overnight. Actually, in the overnight, you get a lot more, but yeah. So like on Friday, 5, that's nothing. That's a really, really small point of control, which just means it's not as big of a magnet to pull price to it. Correct. Yeah, you'll always see both on my charts the way I have this set up. You'll see the color differentiation and the number next to wherever it is. And then remember also, it's worth noting that as a POC changes over time, we see where it used to be in the color differentiation. There's actually not a good example in today's. Let's go back to Monday's. Yeah, so you see how like the E here. So you see the C there, the E there. So that's where the point of control was in that time period. I hope that wasn't confusing. Really, the only thing you have to look for is those green letters, where it currently is. It's just nice to notice if throughout the day it's moving higher. That just tells you the fairest price to do business is going higher and higher. That's bullish. Okay. We're getting close to this 20 moving average. Let's see what happens when we get there. Is that support? Dun dun dun. Find out soon. John, not only was that not stupid, I'm sitting in a long contract at 38.55.25 right now. So, I'm going to take profits because we're at the POC. Boom. Yeah, so that was a great trade. You got out a little bit early. You only got a couple ticks of profit there. You could have let it ride a little further. But yeah, that was a great entry on that pullback. You had good excess in the F period. You were right at, an area of support. That was a good trade. Fausto, I'm not sure I agree with you on the idea of the NQ. Normally, absolutely, but it feels like the market's rotating out of those bigger tech stocks right now. So, the S&P 500 has enough of the other names, the names from the Dow and the Russell, or not from the Russell, but from the Dow, um, that the losses in the NQ don't seem to really be affecting the ES that much. But normally, yes. It's just the last week or two, it's been weird. There's been a reversal of that. Oh, Pug Pack. Welcome to the last year of my life, looking at the economics of the world and being utterly confused. The only argument I can make is traders will do what works until it doesn't. So far, the money printer going burr has just led to the markets going higher. But I absolutely agree with you. There is some sort of insane bubble that's forming. I just wonder if there isn't a way out of it. You know what I mean? Like, look at the bubble that formed before COVID. We had a decade of just straight bull market. It was like one of the longest bull markets ever, with almost no pullbacks for a decade since the financial crisis in like 2008. And then we had this catastrophic event, like the worst thing to ever happen to the economy ever in the history of the world. The whole planet shut down. And still, the market only had like a sell-off for like a month, and then it returned V-shape right back to all-time highs. So at some point, you just got to throw up your hands and say, I'm just going to stay with the trend. The trend is higher. I'll stay with it till something changes. But yes, I do think there is a bubble that will pop eventually. Good day, Jonathan. We're back to talking about the Illums, huh? The Illuminats. Yeah, but that's the argument for it, is that as long as we all believe that these fiat currencies have value, they do. As long as we keep trusting that these governments can print more money, and that new money will still have value, it does. I mean, it's fucking insane, but that is how it works. As long as we trust the dollar remains valuable. So buy Bitcoin. That's what I say. That's a perfectly valid point of view, Fausto, but I would just tell you that's going to change. Bitcoin will become the internet's money. It will be how people transact on the internet in a future world where I think almost all transactions will happen on the internet. So just because you're not seeing it yet doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. But I don't know that it'll be Bitcoin. It could be any cryptocurrency. But I genuinely believe that, as a world, as the human race, we are slowly waking up to the reality that fiat currencies are built on thin air, right? And so the idea of a centralized currency where there is nobody in charge. There is no country. There is no Illuminati. There's no one. There's literally just a completely decentralized currency that is owned by the owners, and its value is capped. For example, Bitcoin will only ever have 21 million Bitcoins. So by doing that, you create a system that is superior to the fiat system. And the only reason we couldn't do that in the past was because technology didn't allow it, right? The only way that you could safely transfer currencies was through having middlemen, banks, essentially. But now all that's gone. And so I just fundamentally believe that cryptocurrencies are a better way to transact value, and the better way always wins, Plenty of people probably argued that they didn't see any cars on the road when the Ford Model T came out, but now we know cars are superior to horses, so in the end, they will win out everywhere. That's what I think of crypto. Again, the same argument that it can't do the transactions for the whole world. Yes, absolutely. You're right. But that doesn't mean it won't be able to a year from now or 10 years from now. You know what I'm saying? The Ford Model T couldn't drive cross country. So things change. Technology gets better and better and better. They'll build things on top of Bitcoin, like the Lightning Network or whatever, that make it functional like a Visa card, where they can do millions of transactions simultaneously. You just must be patient with the curve of technology. All right, we got a weak G period high right here. Likely to get taken out. Also, the POC pulled higher. Very bullish. Yeah, it's starting to feel like the market wants another push higher. Yeah, that's sort of my argument, Fausto, is I don't want the government controlling the economy. I want the free market controlling the economy. And if that means that sometimes the little guy gets fucked over, sometimes there's a giant depression or recession, and people get hurt. I feel like that's life. I'm sorry. We all came from the savannas where we had to run from lions and tigers. Not everyone's meant to survive. I know that's cruel, but that's the way I feel, If I'm smart enough to find opportunity and generate wealth and survive an economic collapse, then sorry. No, I don't think it was stupid. It was just early. You want to get some excess, some single prints above value first before you look for a short. But remember, on a rotational day, we often keep coming back and revisiting this POC. So as long as you're selling above the POC, you're okay. Now, if the market pushes higher and that pulls the POC above your entry, then you probably just want to eat your losses and get out of the trade. But until then, we'll rotate back down. This is still poor. You got to get 2 ticks of excess for it to be good. Yeah, if I was to, I would just argue that you're defending my argument, right? Literally, Satoshi Nakamoto invented Bitcoin because of what happened in the financial crisis. The only reason they were able to bail out the bankers is because they print the money. The government wouldn't have the power to do that if they were forced to use Bitcoin the same as everybody else, right? They'd be limited to only having the resources that are available to them in however much Bitcoin people have paid in their taxes. You know what I mean? So that would completely change the way the government would look at that situation and say, instead of just bailing out these. And remember, with Bitcoin, you don't need any banks. No more banks. There is no Jamie Dimon. The guy's homeless. He has no job. Like, it's the people have the power, so the government would have no choice but to try to help the people. They would take whatever Bitcoin they have and they would feed it to the people because there are no banks to feed the money to. There is no centralized power that the money has to flow through. It's direct to the people. But, it's economics. Who knows? Nothing ever happens the way it's supposed to. Jonathan, I would disagree with you on that too. I personally think that the decentralized loans, what they call DeFi, decentralized finance, is a superior way to do it. Now, it is harder if you don't have any capital, right? If you don't have the capital to start with, it becomes very, very hard. But that just means you're not going to be giving loans to people who aren't going to be able to pay them back. So yes, it's a harder system to become wealthy in, but it's a much more stable system that keeps the stability in place. If that makes sense. Okay, that's good excess on the high. Well, you can't, right? You can't not pay the loan back. That's the point of the decentralized nature. So, like, let's say, how do you explain it? So, it's like to take out a loan, you have to have the capital to put up for the loan. Does that make sense? So, you can't borrow money to buy a car. It's just if you had enough money to buy the car with cash, you could put that into the decentralized finance. I can't explain this well. Just Google Nexo or whatever that company is called. This one right here. Check these guys out. They've got a lot of really good information explaining it. It's just, in order to understand it, you have to let go of the old way of thinking about banking. You know what I mean? It's like trying to have conversations with people in the 90s about using email. And they were like, why would anybody want an electronic message in an inbox when they can get a paper letter delivered to their mail? It's stupid. It's just never going to, it's like you have to think with technology, you have to think ahead in a way that you can't understand yet. How much superior email is to the previous mail system. Decentralized finance is superior in that way, but it's hard for us to understand because we're so locked into the old way of thinking. Again, I go to the horse and buggy to the car days. When the cars first came out, everybody said, this is a flop. It's never going to happen. Look how much it costs. Look how easily they break. Look at this. Look at that. Horses are superior. But because cars were superior, in the end, they won. And that's the direction I think we're moving. And the only thing I can say in my defense is I felt the same way 4 years ago when I started investing in crypto. And now I've made more money off of that than anything I've ever done in my life. So obviously other people, the learning curve is growing in the way I thought it would. But we'll wait and see. Yeah, I'll just, not to be disrespectful, Jonathan, but if you think it's a scam, it means you don't understand how it works. It's literally the opposite of a scam. Everything is publicly available and explainable. You know exactly where there's no fractional banking. You know, when you put your money in a bank, they take 90% of it and loan it to somebody else. This doesn't work like that. There's no money being made up. So it's just a very different system. That's fair. I don't know a timeline. I have no idea on a timeline. But I will say the adoption has been faster than I thought. Like I said, 4 years ago when I started looking at it, I didn't think that, like, right now you can get Bitcoin or Ethereum at like 50,000 ATMs across America. I didn't think that would exist this quickly. So, we just got to wait and see. You can. And when you're online, there's like companies where you can basically buy anything on any website, and like PayPal, they just become an intermediary where you use crypto. But no, I will admit, there's not much you can do with Bitcoin right now. But it's not a play on spending the money right now. It's an investment that the value of it will go up if people are using it in the future. Right? It's not about right now. It's like, why is anybody investing in Tesla right now? Because they think in the future, we're all going to be in self-driving cars and Tesla has the best software for that. We're not currently seeing that. All right. There are no self-driving trucks delivering goods, but we know 10 years from now, 20 years from now, all the goods will be delivered. So we invest now before the change happens. We don't wait until the change happens because then we've missed the trade. Right? We've missed the opportunity. I could be totally wrong about crypto, but I'm taking the risk because the reward would be fantastic. I really do think, and I don't know when, maybe it's 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I do think there'll be a time where big purchases for sure are happening in Bitcoin. Buying a house, buying a car, stuff like that. I don't think you'll necessarily use it for your coffee, but we'll see. Yeah, XRP doesn't count. We have to ignore that one. That's just another bank. It's another centralized system. I'm talking about the ones that are decentralized, the ones that don't have any individual person or company that is controlling them. They're controlled by the miners. They're controlled by the community. Nathan, I hear you, but then I could make the same argument for gold, right? I could say gold is a scam. We can just keep pulling it out of the ground, so it's a scam, right? But it's not, because we decide to give it value. We decide to say people have been using gold as an exchange of value for thousands of years, and it works, so we trust it. I think the same thing of Bitcoin. I'm just thinking futuristically. When generations of people who were born always having the internet, um, they're gonna want to do business on the internet. You know what I mean? They're not gonna want to do it with paper money, and they're not gonna want the government to control their finances if they have the capacity to do it themselves. You know? Boy, this turned into a heated crypto debate. Yeah, that feels like a false argument, Fausto. If gold goes to zero, I have a rock to give you, but your rock is worthless. Why don't you just go pick up a rock from outside your house and give it to me? It's the same thing. Like, worthless is worthless. And by the way, I'm not anti-gold. I love gold. I love it almost as much as Bitcoin. My difference is I just think the younger generations won't want a rock that they have to buy a safe and stick it in their house and then risk getting robbed. They'd rather have a digital version of money. I mean, it's happening right now in art. Art is always one of the first markets to see a trend. All right, we're getting our push higher here. Yeah, still feels pretty flat. Market will probably rotate back down to the POC. Um, but yeah, so it's like right now, people are spending insane amounts of money to buy digital art, right? Art that doesn't exist in the real world. It's just ones and zeros on a computer. And it can be copied, right? Like, you could show me your piece of art. I could take a screen grab of it and then I have it. But yet they're paying millions of dollars for this stuff. Elon Musk's wife just did a release of a bunch of art that's on a blockchain like this, and she sold it all in like 5 minutes for like $5 million. Like, I'm telling you, you're not understanding the future consumers of the world. They will want to do business online. They will want digital goods, not physical goods. The world is changing, my friends. That is a great point, Clutch. The only, problem is if the governments decide to fight it, if they were to make Bitcoin illegal. But then again, I trust the citizens. I trust that eventually people will vote in politicians who will approve it. You know, the automobile will always beat the horse. Yeah, my faith in people is historical. Is there a long here? Man, that is up to your personal sort of trading strategy. Of course, there's a long here, right? Value is higher, the trend is higher, and we've got all these weak references above, which are beautiful targets. So sure, but you might have to wait a day or two to get there. So, what's sort of your trading strategy? I think right now, today, we're going to keep rotating. We maybe even push up to this level here, this 85-ish level, but then we'll rotate back down. We're just going to rotate until something changes. But when it does, I'll let you know. John, I assume you meant 38.75. Um, Not dumb, just early. That's all. But buying, I mean, you're basically buying above value and you're buying above the fairest price. So, or I'm sorry, selling above the fairest price. So I'm sure we'll rotate back down to that POC. Jeez Louise. This is GameStop on the daily. Oh. Yeah, these people are fucking themselves so hard. Oh well, it's on them. Well, that's a funny question because what we learned about that last bull run is that like the head yes, there were hedge funds that were short, but there were also a lot of hedge funds that owned it, that owned the underlying stock, and they unloaded on all those retail traders. So it's like you're watching, CNBC and they're like, "Oh, the little guy gave it to the big hedge funds." Nope, they gave it to the big hedge funds that happened to be short the stock, but the big hedge funds that were long, they made a killing and took all their profits. I mean, it's so funny. I love it. Yeah, I haven't been following the saga that closely, to be honest with you, so I don't really know who's where. But my assumption would be that hedge funds with decades of experience and the best technology, the best insider information, and way deeper pockets, they'll win in the end. So yeah, maybe they're getting squeezed a little bit now, but if the value of the underlying stock shouldn't really be moving up this much, and it's all just based on hype, that motherfucker's going to crash and burn. And then whoever short it, which will be the big names, it will be the smart money, they will make a killing. And it'll be all the retail traders that get fucked. All right, week H period low here. Increasing the odds, we drift a little bit lower. Yep, everything is just saying more rotation. If I wasn't live streaming, I'd probably call it a day here, expecting the market to keep doing this dance. But I'll stay here for you guys. Yeah, I mean, news blip, that's fair. Do you think they're doing that though? I don't imagine that hedge funds are sitting around right now saying, let's let ourselves be embarrassed by a bunch of, amateurs on Reddit. I feel like they're probably coming up with a better strategy this time around. But I don't really know. Like I said, I'm not following it. Yeah, I hate rotational days, dude, just because I find them boring. It's like it's harder to find good, clean entries and exits unless you like this one in the H period where you get, in the G period where you get lucky and you get some excess above value. It's really hard to pick and boring to watch. So I tend to prefer trending days myself. You just get so few of them. No, you're absolutely right. And that's the one thing I like about balancing is that it's like, if you let's just say you went short here in the H period or whatever, you don't really have to stress. The market's not going to run away from you. It'll come back, and that's nice. It is much better risk reward. But it's just I have ADD and like staring at a chart that's going nowhere all day just drives me nuts. Which I get it is bad as a trader. I shouldn't care, but it just does. Steve, that's crazy. And it verifies my point. Who the fuck cares about owning Jack Dorsey's first tweet? Somebody willing to pay $2 million. That person could buy a house, a huge one. but instead they want a tweet. It's so crazy. For me, one of the biggest eye openers, this was years ago, this was like 2017, but I was learning about this one cryptocurrency called, oh man, it's slipping out of my mind. Anyway, it's basically what they've done is they've created like a digital world. Okay. And then you go in and you buy property in the digital world. So you can it's like a virtual world where you can literally build like in the program, like houses and stores and casinos and like all of this shit. It's like Sims, like that game Sims, but it's like a decentralized version of it. And so it's like years ago, and people were paying millions of dollars to buy property in this fake world on a computer. And I was like, oh shit, like there's something going on I don't understand. Like that was a big eye opener for me. Decentraland, that's what it was called. Decentraland. Yeah, I haven't seen Upload, but please don't get me started on a conversation about that. About how I think Elon Musk's Neuralink is going to lead to everyone in the world being plugged into the Matrix, quite literally. We'll get off on a whole nother tangent if I start that conversation. Yeah, 3,900 today feels like a stretch, but it could happen if we get a late day spike higher. That is a really clean target. It's a round number and it's got a weak reference above and below it, or above and at it. Um, I don't know that we get there today, though. I bet if we don't, the overnight market will. Clutch. Can I predict breakouts with contract buildups? Um, I assume you mean with volume. And to answer that question, I don't have a great answer, but I would say if as the market breaks out, it brings in new volume, that's a more reliable breakout that will continue to the upside. So, like, let's say the market was stalling right here. When we poked above, if the volume completely fell away, that would increase the odds we're going to rotate back down. But if when we pushed above, new volume started to flood in, then it means that that breakout attracted new buyers. So that would push us higher. But I don't have a good explanation or a good way to like see that happen other than just kind of watching volume. The POC is the green letters that you see running across here. It stands for point of control, and it's measured by wherever the market spends the most time. Correct. Yeah, that's just a market profile thing. You can actually do either. You can set up the software. One is called a T time. Uh, wait, TPO. I'm getting so confused in my terminology now. Yeah, a time point of control is what I'm using here. You can also do a volume point of control, which creates the point of control based on volume. Jim Dalton, who's my mentor, he just prefers time and finds it to be a more reliable indicator. But lots of people look at the volume as well. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a good resource for other things you can use instead of market profile, but I do know in Thinkorswim they have something called monkey bars, which basically gives you the value area. It gives you like the high and the low of the value area. But I'm not really familiar. If you Googled it, I'm sure you could find other resources. Um, but yeah, is the time POC and the volume POC different? Yes, they are. They would be in different places. So really quickly, let me just Okay, so right now the volume point of control is at 3871.75 and ours is at 3869.50. Right? So it's like the time one is here, the volume one is right here. They're usually very close to one another. Um, so I don't know. I just used the one my mentor taught me. This I period low is now weak as well, and the I period high is weak. So when you start seeing these weak references stacking up like this, it's just an indication that the trades are being taken by short-term traders, what we call weak hands traders. No, the term prominent point of control just represents how many letters there are in the point of control. So, for example, this one, 8, I would call that very prominent, right? Whereas at the end of the day yesterday or Friday, we only had 5, right? So that's not prominent. If you posted a link, Phoenix, I don't think the links pop up when people post them in the YouTube. I think it blocks them. Yes, sir. It's blocking the number here, but yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then look what I put earlier today when somebody asked me for resistance. Bam, prominent POC, which also perfectly aligns to the same area as the POC from the overnight, the halfback from the day before. You tend to see these kind of correlations. Yeah, maybe just type out what they can search for in the Thinkorswim thing. Or if you want to send me the link through like Twitter or Facebook or something, I can then post it. Okay, this I period low is still weak. You need 2 ticks of excess. Looks like we got some new subscribers. Welcome, Sam and Juan. Happy to have you. I'm not sure what you mean by trap at 38.68. It's not a trap. It's the market's just in rotation. It's just two-sided trade. That's all. As long as we bounce around inside this blue shaded in area, there's nothing to worry about. The market's just rotating, just doing its thing. Okay, well, now we're going to watch once again this 20 moving average and see, does it become support? Ooh, what does this tell us, guys? Random change in the ticks. It's been a change in the market. So yeah, let's see if this becomes support. If this breaks, I would expect some further downside continuation. Looking for support probably right around the halfback right here. So why is it going down so much? That is a great question. Right now, in this moment, what we have to ask ourselves is, has there been a change in the market? Did a piece of news come out or a piece of financial data? Did some politician say something they shouldn't have said? Or is this just a liquidation break? Okay, liquidation breaks are a normal part of the market and excellent opportunities to make money because everybody's freaked out. And so if you buy in a liquidation break, you often rotate right back up. So I do not yet know which this is, but it feels like it might be a change in the market. Has anybody heard about any news stuff that might have happened? The idea of it being a P shape was correct initially. It is P shaped. P shape meaning the condensed profile over here on the left looks like a P. It's never exact, but it kind of gives you that P shape. And that's a sign that it is short covering and not necessarily new money buying. But we still got a few more hours of the day, so if this wasn't a liquidation, we'll have time to build, volume down here, and then that'll no longer be P. But if it's a liquidation break, it'll rotate right back up, and yep, you'll have your P. You'll have your P? I'm a grown-ass man, and I'm saying sentences like that. Yeah, if nothing's popping out on the news as an immediate obvious thing, it's probably just a liquidation break. So as soon as it feels like it found some support, might not be the worst idea to go long, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. You do you. Yes, sir. That was a textbook liquidation break. They happen in the market all the time. I went long. Did you guys? I got long at 38.45.50. Boom, boom. I went long there. And I'm going to hold it till we get back to the POC. Remember, liquidation breaks actually strengthen the market because they take sellers out. It seems counterintuitive, the price falling like a brick being good, but it actually is. It's good for the market. All right, so the things that I'm watching now that I am monitoring for continuation higher in my trade is what happens when we get to the 20 moving average here. Does that seem like it's going to be resistance and price is going to bounce off and go down? If so, I'd take profits there. If not, I will take them at the POC. Also, I moved my stop to a tick above break even. So if the market were to sell off back down here, which I don't think it will, I'd get out without losing any money. Yeah, news blip. It happens. I hate that when you have a stupid technical difficulty. It happened to me the other day where I was scalping the ES and I put in a huge fucking order and then the market went against me and I was like hitting my like market, close, my flatten button, and I was like hitting it and hitting it and hitting it and it like wasn't going through and the market was just like going against me and I was like, fuck, just get me out. Like I just kept hitting the button and then finally it clicked and went through. And I was like, fuck you, technology. It's frustrating. Cost of doing business, though. All right, I went ahead and just took profits on my my long trade, just because the POC got pulled back down here. Plus, we got that resistance right above. So just thought I'd take the profits while I got them and sit back and watch what the market does. All right, well, just to try to let you know how I'm looking at things here, this pullback doesn't mean anything to me. It's just further rotation. The market's looking for an area for two-sided trade to take place. No big deal. I would start to get really worried, or I'd start to get a little bit worried if we got underneath the low of the day, the A period low. But remember, we only had 16 contracts, I think. Let me zoom in and look. Yeah, 16 contracts that traded at that low. So that's actually been weak all day. I mentioned that this morning, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal. So yeah, if we get below this A period low, that'll cause my spidey senses to start tingling. But I won't really get scared unless we break the base of the single prints here at 38.2150. At that point, I would have to start to take a bearish tone. But until then, it could just be normal market rotation. Keep in mind, we are below value, and value is higher today. Those are both, value being higher is very bullish. We are below it. We are also below halfback, and we are below the POC. So I wouldn't sell this market. I would just sit on my hands until I was ready to buy it. However, for me personally, it's almost noon. We got an hour and 10 minutes left in the trading day. I would just choose to sit on my hands for the rest of the day and just kind of let the market work itself out. If you wanted to go long or short, again, I would use the value area. So I would only go long under value, and I would only go short above value. Elaborate, news blip. What you scared about? The fact that we just created a poor low for the day? No, I swear to God, I was just thinking the same thing. I was just thinking to myself, like, I'm so sick of this market tricking us over and over again. It's like it's the same movie playing repeat. So let me just give me a second to back out and I'll explain what I'm talking about. More backing out. Stand by. Okay, so normally, and when I say normally, I mean almost always, when you develop a balancing area, okay, and then you look above it and fail, you pull back down to the opposite end of balance. Okay, great. Everything's good to go. But then if you look below it, below that balance area, and pull back in, that's like you never revisit there again. Prices had their chance, the sellers had their opportunity, so you rotate to the opposite end and then you continue higher. Almost always. But we had this funky thing happen in the market where we looked above and failed, looked below, failed, and then had a jump the next day almost to the opposite end. Not quite to the opposite end of balance, but almost. Okay, so everything about that is bullish. But then the market just shits like crazy. And so you're like, oh, okay, well, something weird's happening in the market. This could be really bad. We're going to have further downside continuation. But then, boom, you shoot the next day, you shoot right back up into balance. And you rotate all the way over to the opposite end. And then you're like, oh, okay, cool. So this was just two look below and fail in a row, right? That makes sense. And then you shit again, right? Then you push back up again. And then you're like, okay, cool. We're back in balance. Like, this is going to take us to the opposite end. You have one balancing day and then you shit again. And so it's like, I just kind of feel like I've seen this movie before, which is that we fell out of balance. We pulled back in, immediately rotated to the other end, and now we're going to shit again. I don't literally think that's what's going to happen, but I'm just saying it's like, geez Louise, market, would you just act normal? Would you just function the way you normally do, the way you have for the last 100 years? Like, what is going on? Anyway, that's my fear. Oh, definitely. This is a great entry for a long. It'd be even better if we pulled down and then found support at the base of the single prints. But I don't know. It's just frustrating. I've gotten my tools so well sharpened to the normal market behavior. When we get into these weird places, it just makes me frustrated because I don't understand what's happening. So anyway. So far, all good. Nothing to worry about. This is just normal rotation. But if we get below these single prints, I mean, probably we're going to have the same thing happen again, where tomorrow the market shits like crazy. And there's no reason why. Good times. Start thinking about your plans for the M period. We're almost there. And that's the other thing worth noting. Every time this has happened in the past that we've had these crazy push higher, it's always on poor structure every time. And guess what? 2 days in a row, poor lows. So we got multiple poor lows above, multiple poor lows below. I mean, this market just doesn't know what it wants to do. John, that's a tough question. I mean, the argument could be made this is the best place to learn, right? Learn when it's all fucked up and hard. And then once markets level out, go back to normal. You know, it'll be so much easier. I would say, though, I don't love the idea of like, I want to try to make a few bucks here or there at like 9 a.m. in the morning or whatever. That sort of thinking, I think might hurt you in the end. You can't force anything on the market. You have to just be open to whatever the market is telling you. So the market might not give you any good signals for a scalp at 9 a.m. or whatever. So what are you going to do those days, right? Better to just learn how the market works, learn to recognize the opportunities, and then whenever they come, that's when you take the trade. Just my personal philosophy. All right, Ryan wants everybody to take a shower. Everybody stay clean. Have a good day. Thanks, Ryan, bro. We'll see you next time. So Carson thinks 3885. Interesting. That would be quite a push higher. I'm not saying it's impossible, but that would be quite a push in the M period. And off of a poor low. Do it, bro. Manifest it. I just bought another call too. I've still got a call from last week that expires on Friday, but it's going to be worthless because it's at like 3,900. So I just bought one more. Okay, here we go. M period is upon us. So we got Carson manifesting 3885. We got Scott at 3849. He sees a push back up towards value, but not quite. Oh, yep, no in value. What do you guys think? Hit me with your ideas. If you're new to the channel, this is a fun little game we play where in the last half an hour, we try to guess where the market will end up. We're right a fair amount of the time. The consensus is usually close. Wow, Scott, tomorrow we see new all-time highs? You have more faith than me, my friend. Technically, there's totally a case for that, trading to the opposite end of balance, but that is bullish. $38.53. There you go. Pulling right back up into value, right at the halfback. I like that. Anyone else? Come on, guys. You're sitting here watching anyway. Why not just make a guess? Where are we going to end up today? You got 29 minutes from now. Where are we going to be? If you're wrong, nobody's going to make fun of you. 40.95. Oh boy. John, my friend, I don't think that's doable. So 40.95. Yeah, so that's only like 10 times the current level. No problem. More downside for today. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Steve, you know what's great about that statement is that you recognize it, right? It's such a real thing. Some days you're in the flow of the market and you're just right and you feel it and you're like, yes, I'm making good choices, I'm doing good things. And some days you're just not in the flow of the market and everything you think is going to happen, the opposite happens. And the best thing you can do on those days is just recognize it and be like, okay, I'm not in the flow of the market today. I'll step aside. 38.45, reasonable. 38.50, 38.15. You think we're going to go break these single prints? Double eagle. You're feeling bearish today, my friend. Yeah, so it seems like today was just a balancing day, right? Just absorbing this push higher. As long as it doesn't shit the bed here at the end of the day, that will be bullish moving into tomorrow. But we now have two poor lows below, which I just hate that. I hate when the market moves higher on top of poor structure because it always retraces. The world is ending. Yeah, probably truer than we know. Uh, Oh, I forgot to give my guess. My guess is a rotation back up into balance somewhere between the half back and the POC. I think we're going to end up in this range. Yeah, Ram, you need 2 ticks of excess. 1 tick doesn't count. Got to have second tick. Jerry, the 3720 poor low. Oh, yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, the hardcore line in the sand is this balance area low. But pretty much if we get below this single prince, it'll probably bring in new sellers. You know what I mean? So I pretty much think we want to hold no matter what above these single prints today, staying above 38.2150. Options Monk. You're welcome to join me every day. We're happy to have you here. Yeah, my increments are in 2-tick increments. So each letter actually represents 2 ticks, not one. And before you go, well, wait a minute, Charles, wait. But you've been talking about these poor highs and poor lows and weak references and referring to, it needs 2 ticks for excess. What I'm referring to is 2 ticks visually on my chart, which is actually 4 ticks in real life because I'm in 2-tick increments. News blip, you don't live in real life? Are you part of a virtual world? Am I talking to a computer right now? Ironically, that could totally be true. You could be a bot, for all I know. But if you are, you're a bot with good jokes. Whoever programmed you is funny. Bro, don't worry about it, man. Every single person. Oh, you live in the Matrix. Yeah, John, every single person in this room has dealt with what you're dealing with. Every single one of us have been crushed like that day in and day out, feeling like you're never right. But it's like, the best way to explain it is like, unfortunately, trading in the markets is like playing a sport at the professional level. You know what I mean? Like you're not just learning to play basketball right now. You're learning in the NBA. You're playing against NBA players who have spent their entire lives mastering this skill. So the learning curve is a goddamn nightmare and it's really hard. But if you can just push through, I promise you, you're smart enough. I promise you, I don't know if you're hardworking enough, dedicated enough, if you have enough grit, I don't know, but I know you're smart enough. You can learn to do this. But just know you're competing against the best in the world. This is a money game. There's nothing more competitive than the markets. So you must be patient. And also as a side note, I fully 100% endorse paper trading. If trying to learn is costing you money, that might be affecting your ability to learn. The way the subconscious brain works, it's recognizing the pain that you're experiencing every time you're wrong. And so it's being less decisive with making decisions. So if you switch to paper trading, even just for like 2 months, just for 2 months, do nothing but trade on paper, you'll learn to not be so anxious. And then when your mind isn't in that fight or flight mode where it's not fighting those chemicals that cause, the anxiety, you'll be able to think more clearly. Then you develop the skills on paper. Then when you switch back to a live account, you're not trying to learn to read the market or learn to trade. You're trying to learn to control your emotions. So that's one hint that might help. Bro, you do have an issue. Your issue is that you're a human being who is subject to human psychology. It's totally normal. We all deal with it. And Nathan, you only recognize my sexy voice from this channel. I've never done voiceover anywhere else or anything like that. Also, it's worth noting if the M period does break the low of the day today, that will be a spike down, which is slightly bearish. Not really that bearish, but it's slightly bearish moving forward. However, it does give us a great signal for tomorrow morning. So if we create the spike, that really tells us where we stand when we open tomorrow, whether we open inside, above, or below the spike. So that's something I'll talk about if it happens here. I'll talk about it tomorrow morning. But yeah, value is higher, which is a bullish signal, but a spike lower at the end of the day would be bearish. So it'd kind of counteract and leave me very neutral moving forward. No, if we'd have closed and we were still like inside of the A period, that wouldn't be bearish at all to close below value. Just coincidental. It doesn't mean anything. It's still just a balancing day. But this spike at the end of the day that we're now having, this is a spike, is often an indication of change in the market. So what was a balancing day is now becoming something else, which is the market selling off. Maybe it just needs to come down and test these single prints, but it could be a signal. It doesn't necessarily mean it is a signal of something bearish to come. It just could be. So I'm just paying attention to it. But really we'll know tomorrow morning based on how we open in relation to this spike. Double eagle is your crystal ball, right? I hope not. You said the world was going to end. I really hope your crystal ball is wrong. I like the world. But yeah, in terms of price, yeah, we may get below the spike. We may come down below the single prints. Four minutes. What are they going to do? They went stop hunting and they got all these stops. But now what? Are they going to take it lower? Moment of truth. A minute before the market closes. Damn, they broke the single prints. Well, wish I wouldn't have bought that call. Yeah, this feels bearish to me. It'll get much worse if they get below this balance area low. Jesus, bro. Double eagle. Man, you said what, 15? We ended at like 17? That's not bad, dude. That's not bad. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I really, really appreciate you joining me today. If you feel like I brought any value, I would love it if you just smash that like button on your way out. hit that thumbs up. Otherwise, I look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow morning. Well, we'll find out what the overnight market does with this spike. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great day.